Good morning and Shana Tova, Happy New Year. It's good to, so to speak, see all of you here. My name is Rabbi Perry Berkowitz, and we welcome you to these services at Kehilat Mizrach, Eastside Synagogue. Officiating with me today is my beloved sister, Rabbi Leah Berkowitz. And it's a second year for us doing these services virtually. We had thought that we would be able to see each and every one of you here in the pews in person, to greet you, to embrace you, to hug you. But as we all know, Delta intervened, and we had to do what was the wisest and most prudent approach of being safe for your safety, not only for ours. So let me just start with just a few liner notes, as it were, about this service. It's going to be obviously a little bit different. You don't have prayer books or prayer sheets in front of you as you normally do. So we're going to have to move the service along and do a lot of the reading as if you had the sheets in front of you. Secondly, if you'll notice, our usual group of singers and musicians that we always have are not here with us this morning, again because we wanted to take great precautions. So we've just have a very limited group here of musicians, and on the piano for most of the service is a magnificent musician, a longtime friend. He really makes it seem so easy, but that's because he's so extremely gifted and talented in all areas of music, not only the music of this service, but in chamber music, classical music, jazz, whatever the kind of music. Chris Whitaker is a pro and is a maestro. So we're always happy to have Chris with us as we do every year. And then you're in for a real special treat, because those of you who have been coming to these services for many years know that in order to express the joy of these days, the upbeat feeling that we should have, we have our beloved artist in residence, the one and the only Joshua Nelson, who calls himself a kosher gospel singer. He's a very devoted, dedicated, learned Jew who studied at the Hebrew University, at Hebrew Union College, and in so many Jewish settings, and had taught religious school for so many years. But that's what he does on the one hand. On the other hand, he composes, he sings all across the world. He's been on Oprah Winfrey, he has sung at the White House, he sung in Israel for the Prime Minister, he sang with Aretha Franklin and so many others. So he lends his tremendous talent and gifts to worship. And when we say in Judaism, sing unto the Lord a new song, Joshua sings a new song. And as we like to say, you'll hear he gives us a holy shout. He's really tremendous. You'll be hearing from him throughout the service. So let me just say that we look forward to being with you again next year. Hopefully, God willing, we'll be in person, and we can finally see you and embrace you. And we were anticipating it this year, but it didn't work out. So I'm hopeful that it will be for next year. Now, we know that many of the people who come bring their, as it's called, tithes and offerings and financial support to keep this synagogue alive and keep these services going. They're very expensive to do. They're still expensive being done virtually. So even though you're not coming, don't let that in person, don't let that be an excuse for you not to support us. Make it a point to send in your support. Please be generous. Some of our friends didn't send last year who watched the service, so do it this year. Some of our friends have been giving at the same level that they have been giving when we began in the mid-'80s. So for 38 years, they've been giving the same amounts, and it doesn't buy as much as it once did. So please increase your support. Send it to us, to the synagogue. It's a very easy address to remember, 2424 Broadway, number 105, New York, New York, 10024. There are a lot of 24s in that. So Kehilat Mizrach, East Side Synagogue, 2424 Broadway, number 105, New York, New York, 10024.
Don't disappoint us.
So throughout the service, you'll hear me refer to my sister, Rabbi Leah, as Leah. And that's because she's my sister. I always like to say, for the rest of you, please address her as Rabbi Leah. Don't just call me Rabbi Perry and her Leah, but give her her title, which she's had for decades. And we know that you'll do that. So let me just start with a little bit of introduction to the service. One thing that I always say every year, and I mention it to you again today, is that the themes and the motifs of this service are life, our future, your future, the renewal of life, and the fixing of your life, of my life and your life. You'll hear talk repeatedly in the service of God as Melech, meaning king. And we speak of God as king because we reflect on those areas in our life where habits or other people or certain situations are, so to speak, the king. And we have to affirm that it is God who is the sovereign king. Now, today is the day when, as it were, we coronate God as king, as the master of life and death, as the source of the future, as the ground of hope and opportunity. So you'll hear a melody, a regal melody, when we sing the Borchu, that sounds like something that you would sing for a king. We all know the Hail to the Chief. When you hear that, you know it's the president coming. The prayer modes of this season are meant to evoke that regal sense, that sense of God as king. So, having said that, if you're in your home, if you're alone or with others, as I always say, now is the time to center yourself. Breathe in, breathe out. Let go of any tension that you feel. You're in for several hours of a tremendous spiritual experience that people speak about throughout the entire year. So normally when we would be here in the sanctuary, we would be wishing each other Happy New Year. Sadly, we can't do that. And let me talk a little bit about the mood that I'm hearing from so many people. I hear it on the phone. I hear it when I see somebody on the street. And I don't know about you, but let me tell you what I'm feeling. I'm tired. I'm really exhausted. If I were to really open up, not having you here, not being with you, having this Delta come back, a second wave of fear and concern, I'm a little bit down. But here, the Jew in me, the rabbi in me, speaks to the person in me. And what I say is this: is that any way to enter a new year feeling down or tired or exhausted? Of course, the pandemic, with all its ups and downs, has gotten to us. It's gotten to you. But today, on Rosh Hashanah, as we enter the new year, we have to enter it with a new kind of attitude. We have to have a change of consciousness. You know, the name of this great holy day is Rosh Hashanah. Normally, we say it is the beginning of the year, but the word Rosh means head. And Shana, which normally means year, also is linked to the word to change. So what Rosh Hashanah is about is to change our head. It's to change our attitude. It's to change our consciousness. And so it's not that we choose to be exhausted, tired, down, but Rabbi Leah, I want you to say, as we enter the new year, we've been putting back on again masks, so I think for the new year we've got to put on a new mask. And why don't you show everybody the new mask you've been wearing?
Choose joy. And I want you to put that inside your very being, your very presence. The idea, joy is a choice. We can look at and say, oh, another day, or oh, another day. We all have another day. We're all here. We're all alive. We can wake up and say, I'm alive. I choose joy. Not misery, but joy. And joy is a choice. So I want that's what we should have on our faces. If everybody, just imagine if the whole city wore this mask, there would be a joy revolution, right? We go from oi to joy, what our congregation is all about. So that's what I want you to think about and wear and have in your being and in your body and in your hearts and in your interactions with others and in the world, to choose joy.
So I'm going to say it again. Choose joy. Choose joy. Choose joy. We have a wonderful Jewish saying which is Lamrot Hakol and Afal Pichein, which means despite everything, nevertheless, I am going to choose joy. I'm going to enter the year in joy. Look, turn to the person that you're sitting with at home and repeat after me. I won't be defeated by COVID. I'm going to choose joy. Again, I won't be defeated by COVID. I'm going to choose joy. You know, many years ago, there was a great Broadway show, and then it became a movie starring Jason Robards called 1,000 Clowns. And in it, it tells the story of this man whose name is Murray, and his business is to be a clown. He's Murray the Clown. And he seeks to live life on a higher level than conventional people do. In one scene, he does something that I think inspired Paddy Chayefsky, the playwright, in the movie Network, which you may recall. So in 1,000 Clowns, Robards, playing Murray, runs to the window, he opens it out, and he sticks his head out, and he screams and shouts, "Neighbor, neighbor, start living life. I want to see a better kind of garbage. More champagne bottles, more caviar cans. Live it up." So in that spirit, I tell you, like what you saw during the pandemic, run to your window, open it up, and shout with all your might, "Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Happy New Year, neighbor." Now I'm going to give you a chance to go do that. Go ahead, go over there, open the window, stick your head out, and scream with all your might, "Happy New Year, neighbor."
Give all your energy.
So friends, if you've done that, then you are ready first to be welcomed, and secondly, you are ready then to officially enter the new year, not with oi, but with joy, as we say here all the time. So first I'm going to ask Chris to welcome all of you with the welcome song.
How about good Yontif? Eric, the good Yontif.
What's that?
Let's walk together for a while and ask where we begin to build a world where love can grow and hope can enter in, to be the hands of healing and to plant the seeds of peace, singing welcome, welcome to this place. You're invited to come and know God's grace. All are welcome, the love of God to share, 'cause all of us are welcome here. All are welcome in this place. Let's talk together of a time when we will share a feast, where pride and power kneel to serve the lonely and the least, and joy will set the table as we join our hands to pray, singing welcome, welcome to this place. You're invited to come and know God's grace. All are welcome, the love of God to share, 'cause all of us are welcome here. All are welcome in this place. Let's dream together of a day when we shall share a feast, a city built of love and light, a new Jerusalem, where our mourning turns to dancing. Every creature lifts its voice, crying welcome, welcome to this place. You're invited to come and know God's grace. All are welcome, the love of God to share, 'cause all of us are welcome here. All are welcome in this place.
So you heard a beautiful song of welcome sung by Chris. Now we sing a very familiar melody. It's a melody of Hebrew words, and it's called Hevenu Shalom Aleichem. Hevenu Shalom Aleichem. Hevenu Shalom Aleichem. Hevenu Shalom Aleichem. Hevenu Shalom, Shalom, Shalom Aleichem. This is our hope and our prayer, that there be peace everywhere, that there be joy for all to share. So let us lift our hearts and sing a happy song. Hevenu Shalom Aleichem. Hevenu Shalom Aleichem. Hevenu Shalom Aleichem. Hevenu Shalom, Shalom, Shalom Aleichem. Hey! So friends, we've welcomed you. I hope you've wished everyone in your neighborhood a happy new year. So we now enter the new year with joy, and we sing our klezmer song. Let me read you the lyrics so you can hear them. May we all begin the journey. Oi, oi, that fateful journey. May we find the path that makes us fix ourselves. May we all be recreated, new, fresh, and integrated. May we grow into the life that's meant to be. Have a happy new year. Have a happy new year. Have a happy new year. One and all, Lashana Tova, Lashana Tova, Lashana Tova Tika Sevu. May we all find joy together. Joy, hope, and so much better. With a life that's filled with love and peace and soul. May your life have dedication, commitment, and the education for a role that makes this world a bit more whole. Let us link our hands together, join hearts, and feel much better that we all have come to mark a brand new year. Celebrate this special moment. Sing, clap, soon feel atonement. Celebrate the new year with a laugh or tear. Let no one our joy deny, to make us sad or make us cry. This day it's time for us to feel so new and strong. If we will it, we can make it. If we wish, we needn't fake it. Let's unite and join the fight to fix what's wrong. Our klezmer song. We all begin the journey, oi, oi, that faithful journey. May we find the path that makes us fix ourselves. May we all be recreated, new, fresh, and integrated. May we grow into the life that's meant to be. Have a happy new year, have a happy new year, have a happy new year, one and all. Lishana Tova, Lishana Tova, Lishana Tova, Tika Sevu. We all find joy together, joy, hope, and so much better, with a life that's filled with love and peace and soul. May your life have dedication, commitment, and the education for a role that makes this world a bit more home. Have a happy new year, oh, happy new year, oh, happy new year, one and all. Lishana Tova, Lishana Tova, Lishana Tova, Tika Sevu. Let us link our hands together, join hearts, and feel much better that we all have come to mark a brand new year. Celebrate this special moment, sing, clap, soon feel atonement. Celebrate the new year with a laugh or tear. Have a happy new year, have a happy new year. Hoy, happy new year, one and all. Yes, Lishana Tova, Lishana Tova, Lishana Tova, Tika Sevu. Let no one our joy deny, to make us sad or make us cry. This day it's time for us to feel so new and strong. If we will it, we can make it. If we wish, we needn't fake it. Let's unite and join the fight to fix what's wrong. And happy new year, oh, happy new year, happy new year, one and all.
Lishana Tova, Lishana Tova, Lishana Tova, Tikatevu. Happy New Year!
So, we are ready for the first of the prayers of our liturgy, which is the Borchu. And the Borchu means to praise. This is the call to worship. And I want to make sure, is Joshua here? Good, okay. So let me give this little introduction to the Borchu. So, this is the call to worship. It's meant to thank God, to praise God, and to fill the world with blessing. You know, the world is under-blessed. That's a spiritual malady. That's a spiritual condition that's facing the world. The world is under-blessed. And the world needs, you need, vitamins of worship and praise. Blessing, or the Hebrew word bracha, and you'll hear us sing Borchu, which is linked to the word bracha, blessing. Blessing is an exchange and a flow of spiritual energy. So when I'm here 18 months after the start of this horrendous pandemic, I start the new year with a recognition that I have to give praise. I have to give thanks. So I want to say, Lord, we want to thank you. Lord, we want to thank you. Say it again, Joshua. Thank you. Thank you for seeing us through. Thank you for keeping us sane. Thank you for keeping us whole despite our brokenness. Lord, we thank you for putting treasure into trash when we were thinking our worst. You made us think better, reminding us that every one of us is your treasure and you are ours. And you got rid of the trash that we were thinking or feeling. You put treasure into our trash. So God, I want you, everyone who's listening to me now in your home, give God your best praise and thanks after these months. Take 18 seconds for these 18 months and really be glad. Whatever have been your mountains or your valleys, I want you to praise God. We say in the Psalms, Esa Einai El Hehorim, which means I lift up my eyes to the mountains. When my eyes are downcast, when they're in the valley, I have to lift myself. I have to lift my eyes. I have to lift other people up to see the mountains of their life, get them out of the valley, and to realize that Me'es Adonai, from God, Esa Einai El Hehorim Ezri Me'im Adonai, my eyes realize that my help comes from God, who is my rock and my divine presence. So I'm going to start with the traditional regal Borchu with the High Holy Day melody. And after that, if you've really been following me, and I ask you, please walk with me on this. Walk with me and listen to what I'm saying. I want you really not to just sit back in your homes, but take what I'm saying really to heart and to feel a bit of gladness despite what we've gone through. Lamrot hakol, nevertheless, in spite of it. And then I want you to really be praising and thankful of God across these 18 months. So I'm going to start with the Borchu, the traditional Borchu. Go ahead, Chris. Bless the Lord. Bless the Lord. Bless the Lord, who is to be praised. Baruch atah Adonai. Eloheinu melech olam yotzer or uvorei choshech oseh shalom uvorei asakol. Blessed are you, Lord our God, sovereign of the universe, who forms light and creates darkness, who makes peace and creates all things. So you heard the regal Borchu, but now you're going to hear a Borchu that's really meant to wake you up. And look here, you see that sign that we have? That's our motto for the holidays. Awake. That's what these holidays and holy days are meant to do, to wake you up out of your lethargy, out of your despair or depression, and go up higher where you can connect with God. And so if you want to go higher, la'elo, la'ela, higher and higher, then you're going to hear a Borchu like you've never heard. Take it away, Joshua.
Baruch Adonai Barak Le'olam vayeh. Baruch Hu, Baruch Hu. Baruch Hu, Baruch Hu, et Adonai Hamivorah. Baruch Hu, et Adonai. Let us all worship someone to whom all praise is due. Let us all worship someone to whom all praise is due.
So you awake, friends? I hope you're awake. That really should get you awakened to praise God.
You don't come here to sleep. That's what the person who wrote the Wall Street Journal article said about our synagogue. Nobody was asleep, and that's what this is about, to awake to what you have to do in your life, to awake what you have to work to change in the world, not to be asleep. I say this every year. Our teacher, our beloved teacher, Rabbi Shlomo Karbach, said, we all get up every morning, but the question is, how many of us wake up every morning? And that's what this is all about, is an awakening.
Right, and let me just
We
add.
were ahead of time,
Yeah,
right?
and let me just add this, that this has been what the goal of the High Holy Days is. Yes, I hear people tell me, it's a time for for the family to gather. It's a time for all the traditional foods. It's a time for, seeing people you haven't seen a whole year. All of that is fine and good and wonderful.
Friends.
But the main thing of the High Holy Days is that sign, awake. And our holy rabbis, our spiritual masters, have been saying it for centuries. Long before you heard any talk by people about, are you woke? We were asking, are you woke? Are you awakened? Are you alive to what true living, abundant living, deep living, holy living, spiritual living is all about? The year, the letters of this year, 5782, are tough, shin, pei, beis, which is an acronym for the phrase Tehei Shnat Pnimius Ba'olam, which means may this be a year of innerness, of inwardness, of spirituality in the whole world. The whole world needs to be awakened. The whole world needs to be woke in so many areas. And let me say that more than 600,000 people plus have died during this COVID. That number, 600,000, has special resonance for us. Our tradition says that 600,000 Israelites stood at Mount Sinai to receive the revelation of Sinai. So I want to ask this question. In the aftermath of the 600,000, not those who stood at Sinai, but those who left this world, what have been some of the revelations of this year? One I gave you, which is the Jewish secret for survival, learning to live despite everything, learning to live nevertheless in spite of the situation. Across the decades, centuries of our history, that's what we did. That's what we learned. That was the secret of our survival. I will survive, we said again and again. Lo amus ki echyev asapra maseyo. I will not die, says the psalmist, but live and tell of the deeds, the wondrous deeds of God. Friends, after this COVID, so many of us can say, I may be damaged, but I'm not destroyed. And I will not let COVID steal my joy. I will not let COVID push me to despair.
That's right.
I will not let COVID break my spirit. So that's one revelation. Here's another from Rabbi Leah.
Everywhere that I've been going this week, and I meet people, what Rabbi Perry had mentioned in the beginning, in the street or on the phone, but mostly specifically when I see their faces. And I see, they don't have to say anything. And I have to tell you, you don't have to say anything. I see right through you, even if you're not in the audience right here, but I know that you're at home or you're with other people watching it on the computer, on your TV. I know what is right on your face. It used to be in Woody Allen movies. You'd see a figure and you see a bubble, and they would say, you know what they're thinking. This is what you're thinking. You're thinking, this is what the hat that you're thinking. Do you see it? I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. It's enough already. Genug shine. It's enough. That's what everyone, you don't have to talk. I know what it is. But I come here to tell you today that our faith says this is not what Rosh Hashanah is about. It's not that I can't take it anymore. It's about faith. Do you see this hat? Live in it always. To live in faith always. To have faith in the future. That's what the idea of choosing joy. And I even got a bracelet to look down on it and the mask to say the idea of joy. Because we have to learn what it means to have emunah, to have faith. That's what Rosh Hashanah is about. Not I can't take it anymore, but I'm emboldened. I feel the whole world is being reborn again. It's a new year. It's a new chance. This is my faith, and I'm going to soak in it. We say the blessing, la'asok b'divrei Torah, to soak, to learn Torah. What we mean is to soak in it. We're soaking in these days, these wonder days of Rosh Hashanah. And that's what I want to talk to you about today. Many years ago, I knew a woman who deeply believed in being positive and staying positive. She would always say how she was calm and cheerful and strove to constantly stay positive. And then 9/11 happened. Now this woman, you have to know, lived downtown near the Twin Towers, and luckily her adult son was able to come to her and get her away from the area. But in the days that followed, I saw her often. And when everybody, and I mean everybody, we all know that, was talking about the disaster of 9/11, she would literally put her hands on her ears and say, I don't want to hear anything about this. I have to stay positive. And throughout that lengthy period of so much grief and so much mourning and sadness, she refused to discuss it or acknowledge it. No, she had to stay positive, no matter what and at all costs. Sometime later, there was a terrorist attack in Israel, killing people in the very town where she had lived during the time that she lived in Israel and in her area. Once again, hands on the ears, eyes shut, and stay positive. Now, this woman may not be unusual. Have you known people like her who block out the distressing events of life and close their eyes to pain and to grief and to suffering in the name of staying positive? I've had relatives like that who seem to have an indestructible pair of rose-colored glasses throughout which they view all of their life. But I have come here today to tell you, especially as we've endured this pandemic and continue in this, that tragic optimism is the search for meaning during the inevitable tragedies of human existence. And it is better for us than avoiding darkness and trying to stay positive. Refusing to look at life's darkness and avoiding uncomfortable experiences can be detrimental to mental and spiritual health. I would call this toxic positivity. Toxic because it's ultimately a denial of reality. Telling someone to stay positive in the midst of a global crisis is missing out of an opportunity for growth, not to mention likely to backfire and only make them feel worse. As the great researcher on gratitude and Professor Robert Emmons of the University of California writes, and I quote, "To deny that life has its share of disappointments, frustrations, losses, hurts, setbacks, and sadness would be unrealistic and untenable. Life has in it suffering, and no amount of positive thinking exercises will change this truth." So if toxic positivity is unrealistic and untenable, then what stance shall we take? I want to offer to you up the notion of what's called tragic optimism. It's a phrase coined by the existential humanistic psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor Viktor Frankl. Now, Frankl endured Auschwitz, the hell on earth, yet he developed this philosophy as an antidote. Tragic optimism, said Frankl, involves the search for meaning amid the inevitable tragedies of human existence, something far more practical and realistic during these difficult, trying times, especially these past 18 months. And researchers who study post-traumatic growth have found that people can grow in many ways from difficult times, including having a greater appreciation of one's life and relationships, as well as increase compassion, altruism, purpose, utilization of personal strengths, spiritual development, and creativity. And remember this, importantly, it is not the traumatic event itself that leads to growth. I repeat, it is not the traumatic event itself that leads to growth, because no one is thankful for COVID-19, but rather how the event is processed. And I repeat that, it is how the event is processed and the changes in worldview that results from the event and the active search for meaning that people undertake during and after it. Now, let me tell you about a spiritual practice that we've been using in Judaism for a short time. In other words, for 4,000 years. This is a practice of 4,000 years. It's called gratitude. It's called praise. It's called worship, like the Borchu that we just heard. We didn't only do it one way, but we did it the Joshua way. And in recent years, scientists have begun to recognize that the practice of gratitude can be a key driver of post-traumatic growth after an adverse event, and that gratitude can be a healing force. Indeed, a number of positive mental health outcomes are linked to a regular gratitude practice, such as reduced lifetime risk for depression, anxiety, and substance abuse disorders. You see, the human capacity for resilience is quite remarkable and underrated. A recent study surveyed more than 500 people from March to May in 2020, and it found that even during those terrifying early months of the pandemic, more than 56% of people reported feeling grateful, which was 17% higher than any other positive emotion. Those who reported feeling more grateful also reported being happier. What's more, even more people, 69% of respondents reported expecting to feel grateful 2 to 3 months in the future. I believe that an overlooked route to gratitude is exposure to difficult circumstances. As we say in our faith, Kishem mevorchim al hatov, mevorchim al hara, which means just as you bless for the good, bless in the bad, meaning seek gratitude even in difficult circumstances. Seek the gratitude even in the dark and the difficult circumstances. There are many basic advantages of life itself that we too often take for granted. After all, humans have a natural tendency to adapt, and we become used to situations that are relatively stable. But when individuals become aware that their advantages are not guaranteed, then they come to appreciate them more. Just look, if one finger you can't use, then you know how you take for granted a finger. So that's the idea, that when the advantages are not guaranteed, many then come to appreciate them more. As the writer G.K. Chesterton put it, until we realize that things might not be, we cannot realize that things are. We cannot realize that things are. In fact, several studies have found that people who have confronted difficult circumstances report that their appreciation for life itself has increased. And some of the most grateful people have gone through some of the hardest experiences. Christy Nelson, who is the executive director of a network for grateful living, faced her own mortality at the age of 33 when she received a cancer diagnosis and had to undergo multiple surgeries, chemo, and radiation. Nevertheless, she writes that she was constantly on the lookout for opportunities to cultivate gratefulness. Listen to her words. I was in the hospital, separated from all my friends and family, and tethered to all kinds of IVs and dealing with pain. And yet I had nurses and technicians and doctors and cleaners who came into my room every single day. I remember thinking, what if this is my whole world now? What if this is all I have? And then I thought, I can always love these people. So Christine Nelson makes a distinction between gratitude, which is a momentary emotion, and gratefulness, an overall orientation, a stance towards life that is not contingent on something happening to us, but rather a way that we arrive to life. This is why we Jews are told to make 100 blessings a day, to inculcate gratefulness, which comes from the attitude of gratitude. And part of being human is that we will forget our past suffering and start to take our current life for granted. But as Nelson notes, the work is to remember more often than we forget. Try thinking during the day of 100 times. Think of 100 times, think about it, to say thank you. To live in blessing. Remember, to live in faith, like I started, faith, live in it always. Live in the blessing. Think about it, 100 times to say thank you. To live in blessing. It's a tip for life during the pandemic. And the gratitude researcher and existential positive psychologist Paul Wong created an existential gratitude scale to measure the tendency people have to feel grateful for all of human existence, not just the positive aspects. Their scale includes items such as 1, I'm grateful for my life even in times of suffering. 2, I am grateful that my inner resources have increased as a result of overcoming adversity. 3, I am grateful for the people in my life, even for those who have caused me much pain. 4, I am thankful that I have something to live for, even though life has been very hard for me. 5, I am grateful that every crisis represents an opportunity for me to grow. And 6, I have learned the importance of gratitude through suffering. The researchers found that existential gratitude was associated with higher spiritual well-being, which is the perception of an individual's spiritual quality of life. This finding is important considering that gratitude and spirituality have been shown to be protective factors against both anxiety and depression. So the spiritual core of gratefulness is essential if gratitude is to be more than a tool for narcissistic self-improvement. Judaism is a fight against narcissism. A common misconception is that gratitude is necessarily self-serving, that it's all about appreciating my life and my blessings in spite of the suffering of others. But as Emmons and the psychoanalyst Robert Stern of the Yale Center for Emotional Intelligence tells us, and I quote, true gratefulness rejoices in the other. Its ultimate goal is to reflect back the goodness that one has received by creatively seeking opportunities for giving. For giving. It's not only the time that we are forgiving others, but forgiving others, that we are giving for others. Indeed, the researchers who did the pandemic gratitude study found that the more grateful people were, the more they reported they were more likely to help others. Gratitude, as a fleeting emotion, can come and go, but gratefulness, or existential gratitude, or what we would call bracha living, blessing living, can pervade your entire life throughout its ups and downs. It asks for nothing, but is on the lookout to find the hidden benefits and the opportunities for growth in everything, even during a global pandemic. As Emmons said at the recent International Meaning Conference, gratitude is not just a switch to turn on when things go well. It is also a light that shines in the darkness. So I bless you to keep on blessing, and you will discover the light, the original light of creation story that shines in the darkness. It is this light, this faith that we need to live in always. Faith, live in it always.
So friends, normally if you were here and you had the prayer sheets in front of you, or you had the traditional machzor, the traditional High Holy Day prayer book, you would note that so many of the prayers thank God for the beauties, the wonders, the amazing quality of nature, of the environment. And today, when we mark the creation of the world, it's always appropriate that we spend time talking about the environment. So I'm going to invite Rabbi Leah, please share with us some thoughts about the issue today of the environment as it relates to our lives and as it relates to Rosh Hashanah.
I've come here to tell you and to talk about, as my brother Rabbi Perry said, a very important Jewish topic. And I want to tell you that the climate apocalypse is real, and it's coming. And we as Jews and people of faith must do something about it. All of you have heard the UN Secretary General warns that we are at code red level for humankind unless we respond to the Earth's warming. Scientists are warning us that because of global warming, civilization is heading towards the worst catastrophe in human history. Unlike a war, a pandemic, or a depression, this is not a disaster that we can recover from in a few decades. This is a calamity that will take centuries, if not millennium, to recover from, if recovery is even possible. But sadly, most people look upon scientists as Cassandras, whose warnings can be ignored. Sure, it's hotter. Sure, forest fires are raging. Sure, storms are bigger. But I have more immediate concerns to worry about, is the response of most people. And that's a tragedy, because as a result, politicians are not willing to make the hard decisions that will save us from the coming apocalypse. The report of the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which was released on August 9th, makes clear global warming is no longer a theory. It is a proven reality. Here are the facts. The world is 1.1 degrees Celsius warmer than it was before the Industrial Revolution, and it's on an alarming trajectory to go up another half degree by the early 2030s. This is due to human use of coal, oil, and gas. These numbers may sound infinitesimally small, but if the world reaches 2 degrees above pre-industrial levels, we will see cataclysmic changes in the environment. The Greenland ice sheet will slide into the sea, and we will see a 6-foot rise in sea levels, which is enough to swamp most coastal cities. Glaciers and snowpacks that provide waters to cities and farms will disappear. Aquifers will be tapped out. Farmland will become deserts. Starvation will occur on a massive scale around the world. Haven't we gotten the message in these past few weeks of the terrible fires in California and Nevada and flooding just this week here in New York and in Louisiana and elsewhere? Nor will we be able to look to the seas to save us. As the oceans gets more acidic from carbon dioxide, coral cannot survive. Coral reefs, the nurseries of marine life, are already dying off. When they are gone, fish species will go extinct. The Washington Post had an article showing how increased heat and humidity will make life unbearable for human beings. Now, all parents want to leave their kids and leave their grandchildren inheritances that give them a leg up in life. Human civilization is built on what preceding generations have been able to create. The current generation will leave to their children and grandchildren a wasteland, and there's nothing that they can do as individuals to mitigate this for their own children. Science is telling us what happened and what will happen. Science also is telling us how to stop it from getting worse. We must stop pouring CO2 and other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Where religious leaders across the board have sounded the alarm, they've sounded the shofar. As Pope Francis has written in his 2015 encyclical Laudato Si, this will take both individual and systemic change because it will require sacrifice on an enormous scale. Every person must reduce their carbon footprint, but economic systems must also change. Economists recommend carbon taxes to discourage carbon consumption, but regulations will also be needed to force businesses to do the right thing despite market forces. Currently, this seems politically impossible because there is no sense of urgency among the public. In the COVID crisis, it took thousands of deaths each month to convince America to take the pandemic seriously, and still some don't. If we cannot respond to a crisis that we can see right now, how will we respond to a crisis in the future that too many refuse to see? My only consolation is that Judaism and other great faiths are on the right side of history for once. Sadly, too few rabbis, bishops, ministers, and imams are doing anything about the crisis. But this day, Rosh Hashanah, is when we celebrate the creation of the world and we recommit to seeing it survive and to thrive. Climate change is Rosh Hashanah. The rabbinic writings portray God as telling human beings, I've given you my world. Take care and don't destroy it. Did you hear it? I've given you my world. Take care of it and don't destroy it. Each one of you listening to me, shape policy with your public opinion. Make a Rosh Hashanah commitment today. Make it today to save the world. Let's respond to climate change. It's a very Jewish thing to do. Concern for the environment can no longer be optional or a secondary aspect of Judaism. It must be central to who we are as Jews. We must care for God's creations. We must protect the earth and all that lives in it. Otherwise, our children and our grandchildren will experience the apocalypse. The high holy days are about the book of life. So I ask you, how about it? Why not join me in writing the earth into the book of life in 5782? Join with me and write the earth into the book of life in this new year of 5782.
Now, friends, when we speak about the climate and the environment and the like and nature, there's a beautiful song that Joshua Nelson has made a signature piece of his. And it talks about the sea, and it talks about the waves, and it talks about the sand and the beauty of it. And it's something we have to remember, because without it, our world will just, as we've heard Rabbi Leah say, will just vanish. So listen to Joshua as he sings this beautiful song written by Hannah Senesh, the partisan fighter who fought against the Nazis and who was executed by them in 1943 or 44, I believe. It's called Eli, Eli, my God, my God.
Eli, Eli, Shiloh. Hahol Hayam Rosh Shalamai Ulam Hashemayim Tefilah Hodor Hahol Ben Hayam Urizru Shelahamay Barot Hashemayim Tefilah Oh Lord, my God, I pray that these things never, 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 never end. The sand and the sea, the rush of the water, the crash of the heaven, the prayer of my heart, the sand, oh yes, and the sea, the rush of the water, the crash of the heavens, the prayer of my heart.
So, friends, we have been focusing on the climate, and we have been focusing on climate change. But I want to add another climate we have to change. I want to ask the question, what kind of climate are we creating in this country? Yes. You know, if you've been watching the news, you've been seeing in Louisiana, in Mississippi, in New Jersey, in New York. There have been a lot of power outages. But I want to talk about the moral power outages that we've seen in this country. The moral power outages. We haven't been able to discover a vaccine against hatred or indifference or selfishness. We need another kind of Dr. Fauci to bring us news of another kind of vaccine. Do you get my point, Joshua? We need another kind of vaccine so that we can return this country to a sense of the common good, to decency, to goodwill. We've seen, my friends, a shocking rise of white nationalism, of extremism, of anti-Semitism, of racism against African Americans and against Asian Americans. Who can believe pictures that we see of older women, Asian women, walking down the street in New York, and someone comes up and curses them and punches them? Who would imagine this? What kind of climate do we have in this country? It's a moral power outage. We've seen too much hate on Facebook. We've seen too much hate on TikTok. We've seen Holocaust trivialization of a congresswoman comparing getting vaccines to the Holocaust, to wearing yellow stars. Who would imagine something like this? You know, back in 2017, at the end of the Obama administration, our organization, American Jewish Heritage, organized a conference against hate, and we brought together faith leaders from all over the country, and we took them to the White House, and we heard reports from top White House officials, high up in Domestic Affairs Council, high up in the government, and they predicted, this is in 2017, that this kind of hatred, extremism, white nationalism would get worse and worse. This year alone, we just heard it from the FBI, a 60% rise in anti-Semitism. And we've seen unprecedented hate crimes, 60% rise in hate crimes. And we hear of groups, Proud Boys, Christian Identity, marching and saying that this is a white Christian country, with the implication that anyone who is not that doesn't belong here. What's going on? What kind of climate have we created in this wonderful country? And we've seen threats to our democracy, I'm sad to say. We saw it on January 6th with the insurrection at the Capitol, with people getting killed, with storming the Capitol. Again, not to be believed. And now we see attacks on voting rights, attempts to achieve voter suppression, to undermine voting rights, and to play around with the declaration of electoral races. Even if someone won, that someone will declare it another way. So we Jews know the lessons of history. We thrive in democracy. And when 26% of the American people believe in autocratic, authoritarian rule, there is something wrong. There's something seriously wrong with the climate in this country. When 39% of people of a once great political party say they believe in violent political action, We are seeing the signs of growing neo-fascism. And we Jews know that it has to be called out at the start. We can't allow it to grow. So we've got to call it out right now. Abraham Lincoln, who was a Republican, said, America won't be destroyed on the outside, but America will destroy itself on the inside. So at this time of the High Holy Days, when we reaffirm our commitment to moral values, when we see a moral power outage, we've got to stand up and cry out against it. And I hope that even as we listen to Rabbi Leah's plea to address the issues of the Earth's climate, so too will we address the issues of our nation's moral climate, because this is something that we dare not ignore, nor should we push it aside until it becomes something that we can't deal with. So, we are now at the point of the Shema, and Rabbi Leah, offer us a word, will you please, of inspiration as we chant and sing the watchword of our faith. Please.
You know, sometimes you can learn a lot from words, and you can learn a lot from Old English. And you know, the old way to say hear was the word for hearken, to hearken. And when you hear that word, hearken, most of the letters of heart is in that word hearken. So when we say, you know, hearken, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. What are we really saying? Not hear, hear, O Israel, hear, O world, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. But we're saying hearken, hear with the heart. It's not outer hearing. Again, this is a time for inner transformation. We are having an inner, what our teacher called a soul shampoo. We're transforming our insides. Everything that we live in a world that's very external, but here we're dealing the inner world, and we're looking to change our hearing. And that's what the Shema is saying, that when we hear, we have to hear with the heart. It's not just listening to somebody where you got to hear the words behind the words. You got to have a third ear. It's active listening. The great philosopher Martin Buber, who wrote the I-Thou philosophy, had an incident which, this is what changed him to write that, because he was meditating, and a young man came to see him to ask him, should he go to fight in the war? And Martin Buber was meditating, so he didn't have time to talk to him. And what happened? The young man went and committed suicide. And from this, Buber learned and promulgated the idea of active listening. So we have to, when we say, hear, O Israel, we say, hearken, hear with the heart. When someone's talking to you, don't just hear what they're saying on the outside. Hear the cry in between their words. When somebody's in pain, a friend, a family member, somebody you don't know. If you go in the street and there's a homeless person, they want to talk to you, don't just okay, listen, but listening with hearken ears, with the heart. We have to take listening of outer to heart listening. So that's my blessing for you when you think of the Shema. It's a great thing to say it every day, to say, may I hear with my heart the pain of the world and the pain of people I know and the pain that I don't know, to really be present and to listen to somebody and to hear what they're saying behind the words, and they're crying out to you, to hear that with the heart. There's so much tragedy in the world. There's so much. If you just did this one prayer with that consciousness, there would be a complete revolution in the world, a heart revolution, a Shema revolution, a hearing revolution. We speak to so many people, you just go on the surface, but you want to go with the heart. Go into the kishkas, your insides.
So friends, if you are seated at home, whether alone or with others, and if you're able, please rise now as we sing together the Shema. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord is one. We continue with the V'ahavta, the paragraph after the Shema. Please, Rabbi Leah, please read that prayer.
And you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your might. And these words which I command you this day shall be in your heart. You shall teach them to your children and shall talk about them when you sit in your house and when you walk by the way, when you lie down and when you rise up. And you shall bind them for a sign upon your hand, and they shall be as a reminder between your eyes, and you shall write them upon the doorposts of your house and upon your gates.
Adonai Elohechem Emes. So we hear in this prayer of the Shema about love. And at this time of the Shema prayer, and Rabbi Leah, I'm going to ask you to hand this machzor over to Joshua. We have a prayer that speaks about God's love for us, that reminds us we love with the love with which we are loved. God's love comes to us first. Here's what this prayer says. With everlasting love, you've loved the house of Israel, teaching us your Torah and your commandments, your statutes and judgments. Therefore, O Lord our God, when we lie down and when we rise up, we will meditate on your teachings and rejoice in the words of your Torah and in its commandments at all times. For they are our life and the length of our days. Day and night we will meditate on them, so that your love may never depart from us. Blessed are you, O Lord God, who loves the people Israel and the whole world.
Havat olam Beit Yisrael Amchavta Torah u'mitzvot Chokim u'mishpatim Otanu limarita Ahavat olam Beit Yisrael Amchavta Torah u'mitzvot Chokim u'mishpatim Otanu limarita Al ken Adonai Eloheinu Bishach beinu u'kameinu Nasiya beruchecha Nasiya beruchecha Yehavat olam Beit Yisrael Amchavta Torah u'mitzvot Chokim u'mishpatim Otanu limarita Yehavat olam Beit Yisrael Amchavta Torah u'mitzvot Chokim u'mishpatim Otanu limarita V'nismach bedivrei Toratecha u'mitzvotecha le'olam vayeh ki hem chayenu ve'orech yameinu ve'hem yameinu le'olam Avat olam Israel, am hafta. Mitzvot, chokim umishpatim, otanu lemarita. Avat olam, Beit Yisrael, am hafta. Mitzvot, chokim umishpatim, otanu lemarita. ונשמח בדברי תורתך ובמצוותיך לעולם היה כי הם חיינו ואורך ימינו ובהם נגה יומם ולילה אהבת עולם בישראל עמך תורה ומצוות חוקים ומשפטים אותנו למראיתה אהבת עולם בית ישראל עמך חוקים ומשפטים אותנו למראיתה אותנו למראיתה אותנו למראיתה אותנו למראיתה.
Yes.
Wow. I think it's not insignificant that the service really begins with the Shema because, you know, there's always what's the body part that the holy day is connected with. And Rosh Hashanah, it's the ears because it's the shofar and the Shema is hearing, how we hear the other and waking up. And also what you just connected, the other part of the holy day is the heart, which moves us in also to Yom Kippur, which you always say about changing the heart. You have to change your ears to hear the other, and we have to change our heart.
Beautifully stated.
And I think that listening to Joshua, who couldn't feel God's love if you heard that? I mean, wow. That was unbelievable.
Joshua, Yasher Koach, that was really tremendous. So we are in the liturgy with a beautiful prayer that Rabbi Lee and I will read responsively. It's entitled, Facing the New Year. Leah, start, please.
The year gone by has faded with the sunset as we move always forward into life.
This day which borders past and future summons us to this sanctuary.
It summons us to account for the gift of life.
This sacred day we join as congregation with repentance on our tongue.
With resolve in our heart that repentance be reflected in our deeds.
We seek forgiveness from ourselves, from others, and from God.
In cleansing repentance, we seek atonement to be at one with ourselves, with others, and with God.
Wholeness and holiness we seek as we enter a new year.
Help us, O Lord, to realize the truth that we are as holy as we allow ourselves to be.
So that final line, help us, Lord, to realize the truth that we are as holy as we allow ourselves to be. What I said before, that maybe during this period of time we were getting down, we were thinking trash thoughts, but God comes with God's love, and you heard Joshua sing it so magnificently, and he puts treasure into trash. He takes the treasure of God's love and the treasure of who we are and reminds us of that. And that's why the next part of the liturgy, as it speaks about facing ourselves in the Elohai Neshama, reminds us who we are essentially as human beings. It's not our clothes, it's not our cars, it's not our homes, it's not our prestige, it's not our status, it's not our power, it's not how much money we have, it's not all those types of things, but it is the soul. And Rabbi Leah, read what that prayer says about the soul.
The soul which you, O God, have given unto me came pure from you. You have created it. You have formed it. You have breathed it into me. You have preserved it in this body, and at the appointed time you will take it away from this earth, that it may enter into life everlasting. While the breath of life is within me, I will worship you, sovereign of the world and Lord of all souls. Praise be you, O God, in whose hands are the souls of all the living and the spirits of all flesh. And I think what this prayer is saying is not that you have a soul, but that you are a soul.
Yeah. Right.
That's who we are. That the body is the covering of the soul. And our essence is our soul.
Right. And you know that word soul, neshama, comes from the Hebrew neshima, which is breath, the breath of life. You know, one of our colleagues, Rabbi Arthur Waskow, may he live and be well, has spoken about the name of God, the Yud He Vav He, that and we don't know how to really pronounce it other than Yah. It sounds like a breath. And he says that God is the breath of life. And that breath of life and the spirit of life God has placed in us. When you hear Joshua sing, you can't, what you were saying before, you just can't help but feel that God's spirit is in him. It's in his voice. Shechina mitoch grono, that the Shechina comes out of his throat, that you are just taken with the Spirit of God. So, you know, we spend a lot of time during the year focusing on ourselves and thinking of our own self-sufficiency. But we forget our reliance on God. We forget that God promised us that he'd always be with us. We forget that I'm here because God promised, and I experienced that promise in my spirit. We forget that it was God who brought us through this COVID mess. So that means we've got to serve God more. That means we've got to shout more. That means we've got to love more. That means we've got to give more.
Yes.
That means we've got to be more.
Yes.
Because what am I doing with my being here? So you may have lost lots of things this year, but what God gave you is more than you lost. And certainly what these days give you is that assurance not only of God's love, but of God's presence, and that we rely on God, as the prayer says here, Lord of all worlds. Not in reliance upon our own merit do we lay our supplications before you, but trusting in your infinite mercy alone. For what are we? What is our life? What is our goodness? What is our power? What can we say in your presence? Are not all the mighty men and women as nothing before you, and those of great renown and fame, all the bold-faced names in the paper, as though they had never been? The wisest, as if without knowledge, and the men and women of understanding, as if without discernment. Many of our works are vain. Our days pass away like a shadow. Our life would be altogether vanity, were it not for the soul, the neshama, which fashioned in your own image gives us assurance of our higher destiny and imparts to our fleeting days an abiding value. Continue, Rabbi Leah. Help us.
Help us, O God, to banish from our hearts all vainglory, pride of worldly possessions, and self-sufficient leaning upon our own reason. Fill us with the spirit of humility and the grace of modesty, that we may grow in wisdom and in reverence. May we never forget that all we have and prize is but lent to us, a trust for which we must render account to you. O Heavenly Parent, put into our hearts the love and awe of you, that we may consecrate our lives to your service and glorify your name in the eyes of all men and women.
So the service continues with the three-part paragraphs that begin with the word uvechein, and so. That word means reaffirming our loyalty to brotherhood and universalism. Secondly, the well-being of the Jewish people and the triumph of a moral society. כמו שידענו, אדוני אלוהינו, שהשלטון לפניך, עוז בידך גבורה בימינך, ושמך נורא על כל מה שבראת, וכן תן כבוד, אדוני לימיך, תהילה ליראך, ושקווה לדורשך, ופתחון פה למייחלים לך, שמחה לארצך, וששון ליראך, וצמיחת קרן לדוד עבדך, ואריכת נר לבן ישי, משיחך, and it shall come to pass that the upright shall be glad and rejoice in song when evil shall close its mouth, and all wickedness shall disappear like smoke when you make the rule of selfishness and hatred to pass away from the earth. Then shall you, O Lord, be king over all living things. You shall rule on Mount Zion in Jerusalem, your holy city, place of your glory and greatness, for it is written in your holy words, the Lord shall reign forever and ever. Your God, O Zion, shall be sovereign kings unto all generations. Praise the Lord. So, my friends, we have here a prayer which talks about the future event of the end of evil. A new world like in the Exodus story, a new world for everyone, and a new world for you and me. We remember that great saving event. It's the paradigm for all saving events at the Red Sea. You know it from Passover. When we cross the Red Sea, Jewish faith says the past will become present. It will happen again. The exhilaration like at the Red Sea when the Israelites sang, "Who is like you, O Lord, among the mighty, doing wonders?" They were bursting with joy at the wonder they experienced. And when they made it to the other side, they exploded in dance. Miriam led them all. Now, are you going to have that kind of moment? Are you going to think about what's going to be when we get to the other side? What's going to be when we get past all of this pandemic? When we get past the evil? When we get past the bad climate? Well, yes, you will. Yes, you will. Yes, you will. And you will feel that prayer, "Who is like you, O Lord? Michamacha."
Oh, mi hamocha, Eli Adonai. Oh, mi hamocha, Nehedar Makote. Mi hamocha, Eli Adonai. nehda bakote mi hamocha bailim Adonai Doratu hilo oh sefer. Come on, give me more of my mind, please. Who is like thee, strong and mighty? Who is like thee, mighty and strong? Who is like thee, strong and mighty? Mi hamocha, yeah, mi hamocha, mi. Oh, mi hamocha, bailim Adonai. Oh, mi hamocha, nehda bakote mi hamocha, bailim Adonai. Doratu hilo oh sefer. Strong and mighty, who is like thee, mighty and strong, yeah, who is like thee, strong and mighty, mi hamocha, mi hamocha, mi, oh, mi hamocha, bailim Adonai, oh mi hamocha, nehda bakote, mi hamocha, bailim Adonai, Doratu hilo oh sefer. Who is like thee, strong and mighty? Who is like thee, mighty and strong? Who is like thee, strong and mighty? Mi hamocha, hey, mi hamocha, mi. Oh, mi hamocha, mi hamocha, mi hamocha, yeah, mi hamocha. Mi hamocha, mi yeah. Let's go higher, hey yeah. Mi hamocha, yeah, yeah. Let's go higher, oh yeah. Let's go higher. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's go higher, yeah, yeah. With me, yeah, oh me, oh, 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 me, hamocha, bailim Adonai. Mi hamocha, nehda bakote. Oh, mi hamocha, bailim Adonai. No tahilo oh sefer. No tahilo oh sefer. No tahilo oh sefer. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Joshua.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
Mi
That's all
hamocha,
right.
mi hamocha,
Come on, let's hear it again. A little more.
Ho!
mi hamocha,
Yeah, me, yeah, me, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Me, hamocha, no tahilo oh sefer. No tahilo
That's right.
You know, Michamoch, I remember we were here last year where everyone said, would there be a vaccine? It would take 5 years. So we got to be, as a Michamoch moment.
That's right.
Okay, it's not perfect. Okay, maybe we got to have a booster.
Come on, let's hear it again.
Get up and
We
get
got
started.
the vaccine.
Dance out
Come on, we made it over.
Let's go.
Come on.
No right to heal up or safe and no right to heal up or safe and no right to heal up or safe
Michamocha.
That's all right.
All right. So, friends, the liturgy continues with that theme of Melech, of God's kingship, where we pray that God will be fully sovereign in the world, the higher ideals, the attributes we associate with the divine will be realized, and God will be, and we will be made even holier by sacred deeds that we do. So we begin with a beautiful prayer called Maloch. Oy Meloch Chakol Oy Lamekuloi V'yich V'hidecho V'hi Nosei Al Kol Ha'oretz V'yich Revecho Oy Meloch Chakol Oy Lamekuloi V'yich V'hidecho Vehi nosei al kol ha'aretz Ve'yeh korevecho Ve'vavah ve'adar Giyoynu v'zahavecho al kol yoyishvei Svevel aretzecho Ve'vavah ve'adar Giyoynu v'zahavecho al kol yoyishvei Svevel aretzecho rule over the whole world in your glory. Oh, rule over the whole world in your glory. Oh, shine forth in your splendor. 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 Lo boy, akala olam kuloi. V'yich v'hidecho. Ve'asa al kol ha'ores. V'yich korecho. V'yeda kol pol kiato u'bialto v'yovin kol yotzur kiato yitzarto. V'yomar kol asher nishama v'yapo Adonai Elohei Yisrael melech u'malchuso b'kol moshalom Eloheinu v'Elohei horeinu kadeshenu. Oy. kadeshayinu b'mitzvosecha v'sechelkeinu v'soyrosecha sabeinu mituvecha v'samcheinu v'shuasecha ay kadeshayinu b'mitzvosecha v'sechelkeinu v'soyrosecha sabeinu mituvecha v'samcheinu v'shuasecha. I sanctify our lives with your holy ways. Let us find a place in your Torah. Satisfy us with your goodness. Gladden us and make our lives unique. Purify our hearts to serve you, God in truth. Purify our hearts to serve you, God in truth. Purify our hearts to serve you, God in truth. Purify our hearts to serve you, God in truth. Oy, God, Sheinu, oy, Mitzvosecha, oy, V'sechelkeinu, oy, V'soyrosecha, oy, Saveinu, Mituvecha, V'samcheinu V'shuasecha, oy, V'tareh li b'yeinu, Li'avdecha b'yemes, V'tareh li b'yeinu, Li'avdecha b'yemes. Purify our hearts to serve you, O God, in truth. Purify our hearts to serve you, O God, in truth. Ki ato Elohim emes udvorcha emes v'kayom lo'ad baruch atu Adonai melech. Oy melech al kol haaretz, nekadesh Yisrael, Yisrael melech al kol haaretz, nekadesh Yisrael, Yisrael. Praised is the Lord our God, the King of all the earth. Praised is the Lord our God, the King of all the earth. Melech al kol haaretz mekadesh Yisrael, v'yom hazikaron. Praised is the one who blesses us and the world and the people of Israel, and the day of remembrance. Amen. So, friends, soon we will blow the shofar, and the shofar is connected with what we said here, Melocha Kol Olam Kulo. Meloch, we're saying to God, rule over the world. Meaning, that's the question that the liturgy asks. Is God, are godly divine ideals ruling in this world? Or is this something we're working for, praying for, looking forward to that great day that we sang about before? You know, in Jewish numerology, what's called gematria, which is that in Hebrew, every letter of the Hebrew alphabet is also a number. And so therefore, the sages would make equivalents of numbers with words. And when we blow the shofar, we are seeking like a coronation, like you remember in all the old movies of Errol Flynn, where they blow the horn where the king comes in. The shofar is meant to be a reminder that the king is coming. And so in Gematria, Jewish numerology, the word Melech, which means king, and Malchus, which means God's kingdom, together those two words have the same numerical equivalent as the word shofar. It's an amazing teaching, because what is being said here? It's saying that the call of the shofar is to recognize God as sovereign. What we're asking here, Malocha kol ha'olam, rule over the world, to recognize God as sovereign, but to bring it down from the abstract in heaven, where God, as it were, is king in heaven. But we want to bring it down from the abstract in heaven and bring it down to the concrete here on earth, in the here and now. That's God's kingdom, here and now on earth. You see, when you hear her speak about climate change, when you hear me speak about the climate in America, when we busy ourselves with social justice, there are those figures, there are those rabbis who say, what is it that a rabbi, what is it that Jews should have to do with social justice? That has nothing to do with us. So religion, Judaism, it's just about the Sabbath, it's just about the holidays. What is it about social justice? But you see, when we speak and busy ourselves with social justice, it is not secular politics, but our religious mandate to bring God's kingdom and God's kingship down here on earth. That's what the shofar calls us to do. The founder of the Hasidic movement, the Baal Shem Tov, said, we know that there's a God in heaven, but our job is to bring God down on earth. I can't stress this enough. I feel this so deeply. I go crazy when I hear rabbis say, what do you have to do with social justice? It's the religious mandate for God's kingdom here on earth, for God's rule on earth. What the Baal Shem Tov said, we know there's a God in heaven. We now have to see that there's a God on earth. Bring it down into the concrete here and now. So we mark creation on this day to pledge our commitment to recreate the world as in the original creation of paradise.
Yes.
And that's so important. That's why we have here all of these references to kingship, to the kingdom of God, because that's our religious mandate. Of course, we have our customs, our traditions, all the things we do of our lifestyle, but our task, our mission,
Sakin Olam.
is l'sakein olam, to repair the world in the image of God,
The Malchus Shaddai.
to bring God's kingdom down here on earth.
In other words, no justice, no Judaism.
No justice,
No
no
Judaism.
Judaism. No justice,
No Judaism.
We're going to repeat it again on Yom Kippur, but we're saying it now. No justice, no Judaism. Remember that. It's a very important thing. So now, my friends, now we come to the B'Sefer Chaim. This is where we look to be written into the book of life. So much death, so much pain, so much suffering. You heard Rabbi Leah say we have to write the earth into the book of life. You heard me say we have to write the United States into the book of life. We can't hear all of these voices that call for death. We have to write the United States into the book of life, into a life of beauty and morality. So we have a beautiful prayer that we sing, that we have this image of the book of life, and we seek to write ourselves, write the world, write everyone into the book of life. B'Sefer Chaim. B'Sefer Chaim, Rocha v'Sholom, U'farnasa Tovo. Mitzvah v'nikol v'osei lefonecha. Anachnu b'chol amecha v'reis Yisroel. L'chaim tovim, l'chaim tovim, u'shalom. In the book of life, blessing and peace and prosperity. May we be remembered and inscribed before thee. We and all thy people, the world and the house of Israel, for a happy life and for peace and for peace. Baruch atu Adonai, Osei HaShalom, Osei HaShalom, Osei HaShalom, HaShalom. Praised are you, O Lord, our God, who desires peace and wholeness. So a beautiful song is one that we sing every year. And it really sums up what these days are about. It's especially poignant at this time after so many have died, when 600,000 have died in our country and so many more around the world. We must remember what these days are about. These days are about life. When we sang B'Sefer Chaim, the book of life, it reminds us, does it remind us how important life is? Reminds us that we must do everything for life. It reminds us that when there were those who said, what does it matter if so many people die from the pandemic? They didn't care. For them, life was cheap. But for us, these days are for sake of life. For sake of life, the face of truth will brighten. For sake of life, the seeds of hope will root. For sake of life, the way of peace will lighten. For those who dare to walk, for sake of life. For sake of life, the fields are being seeded. For sake of life, there's still growth in the earth. For sake of life, we'll share with all that need it. The bread from common soil. For sake of life. For sake of life is why we were created. For sake of life, to fix our world today. For sake of life, our lives must take on meaning. For sake of life, God's made our purpose clear. For sake of life, each one of us God's partner. For sake of life, let's fix the life we have. For sake of life, now is the time to do it. God's call is constant. For sake of life. Oh, yeah, yeah, da, 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 for sake of life, each one of us God's partner. For sake of life, let's fix our world today. For sake of life, each one of us God's partner. For sake of life, let's fix the life we have. For sake of life, now is the time to do it. God's call is constant. For sake of life. So friends, one of the iconic, classic prayers of the High Holy Day season is the Avinu Malkeinu. Avinu Malkeinu, which means literally our Father, our King. We can say it is our sovereign, our parent, our sovereign, our father, our sovereign, our mother, our sovereign. Please note that it begins with God. We approach God as Avinu. Our parent. We come secondly to God as the sovereign. But the relationship that you and I have with God is the relationship of a child to a parent. And no matter what we've done, no matter how we've lived, what did Robert Frost say? Home is where they always have to take you back in. So we come to the parent and we say, Daddy, Mommy! Here are my requests. Here's what I need. Here's what I want. And may my wants be also my needs. And may we, this is an opportunity for you when I chant this, to join in your own, open up your heart. Open up your heart and just talk to God. Open up your heart and establish a relationship with the one who is at the source of the universe. The great mystery of the universe, says our faith, we can have a personal relationship with. God is not an idea. God is a living reality that we can have a personal relationship with, and this prayer makes that very clear. And part of prayer is to express our deepest yearnings, our groans, that which comes from the gut, that which comes from inside us, deep inside us. Ay, 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 ay. So, let's start with Avinu. I'm sorry?
Please rise.
Yes, if you're at home, please rise as you are able. Avinu Malkeinu. Avinu Malkeinu. Chatanu lefavonecha. Avinu Malkeinu. Ein lanu melech elo oto. Avinu Malkeinu Chadesh Aleinu Shana To'evom. Avinu Malkeinu Hafer Atzlama Zoyeveyeinu. Avinu Malkeinu Galei Dever V'Cherav Rovav U'Shevi U'Mashlis Mibnei Brisecho. Avinu Malkeinu Slach Mechal Olam V'Seinu V'Malkeinu Avinu Malkeinu Shlach Refuah Shleima L'Chol Cholei Amecha L'Chol Ha'olam Avinu Malkeinu. Avinu Malkeinu Kosveinu B'Sefer Chayim Toivim. Our parent, our sovereign, our sovereign, remove from your children disease, war, famine, exile, and destruction. Hoy, our parent, our sovereign, Avinu Malkeinu, forgive and pardon all our wrongdoings. Avinu Malkeinu, send healing to all who are sick. Avinu Malkeinu, Avinu Malkeinu, our parent, our sovereign, help those who struggle with COVID. Avinu Malkeinu, encourage the doctors, the nurses, the ones who are losing hope to treat all the sick people. Be with them. Oy, oy, Avinu Malkeinu. Oy, our Father, our King, our Mother, our Queen, our Sovereign, our Parent. Bless people who are without children. Avinu Malkeinu, give people who need jobs. Avinu Malkeinu, send peace in Afghanistan, in the Middle East, and all over the world. Avinu Malkeinu, give us the strength to handle our problems. Avinu Malkeinu, oh, help those who are lonely. Give courage to those who are frightened. Avinu Malkeinu, send partners and soulmates to those who need them. Avinu Malkeinu, Avinu Malkeinu, be with those who will be, oy chas v'shalom, evicted. Avinu Malkeinu, Avinu, Avinu Malkeinu, help those who have so much trouble in their lives. Please, Avinu Malkeinu, help them, be with them, help those who need you, open their eyes to see you. Remind them you are always with them. Avinu
Get the
Malkeinu.
vaccine. Help get the vaccine.
Avinu Malkeinu, Chaneinu Vaneinu. Avinu Malkeinu, Chaneinu Vaneinu, Ki ein banu Aseh Imanu, Tzedakah v'chesed. Aseh Imanu, Tzedakah v'chesed v'yoshiyenu. Aseh Imanu, Tzedakah v'chesed. Aseh Yimanu, Tzedakah v'chesed v'yoshiyenu. The days of judgment are here. We tremble with fright and with fear. At the sound of the ram's horn, the worlds are newborn. Glad tidings of new hope we hear. Remember us to life, make cease all war and strife. May good increase in a world of peace. May death surrender to life. Oh Lord, on this new year, to your will we shall adhere. We pledge indeed your law to heed, your Torah we shall hold dear. Once again, Avinu Malkeinu,
Energy, give me energy.
Chaneinu Vaneinu. Avinu Malkeinu, Chaneinu Vaneinu, Ki ein banu ma'aseh. Oh, remember us to life, make cease all war and strife. May good increase in a world of peace. May death surrender to life. Oh Lord, on this new year, to your will we shall adhere. We pledge indeed your law to heed, your Torah we shall hold dear.
Avinu Malkeinu should change the hearts of the people who don't want to take the vaccine for themselves and for the whole world.
Yes, Avinu Malkeinu, open the hearts of all those who still don't want to take it. Open their hearts and show them how important it is for themselves and for others to take it. So we are now at the Torah reading. As we come to the Torah reading we do is what's appropriate for the day, which is from the book of Genesis, Bereshis, the story of creation. And despite all the pain and suffering in this world, despite what's going on in the climate, still we affirm it is a beautiful world. It is a wonderful world. And we can never forget that. And we must look at the world, as Professor Heschel said, with radical amazement. Every day when we get up, look at the world with eyes that are filled with radical amazement. The worst thing, the most anti-religious thing, is to take life, the world, everything, everyone for granted. Instead, look at it with eyes of radical amazement. Joshua, please remind us what a beautiful, wonderful world it is, as only you can sing it.
I see trees are green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies are blue, clouds are white, brightness of the day, in the dark sacred night. I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, also on the faces, people passing by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're only saying, I love you. I see babies cry, I watch them grow. They'll learn much more you and I will ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yeah. I think to myself, what a wonderful world. What a wonderful world. Oh, yeah.
So we're at the Torah reading for today. Please rise if you know the Torah blessings from your bar mitzvah, your bat mitzvah.
If you didn't have one, you're just getting one.
And now's the time. We'll start with the first blessing. Baruch Hu ez Adonai Baruch, Baruch Adonai Baruch Le'olam Voed, Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech Olam, Asher Bochar Banu Mikol Ha'amim V'nosan Lanu Es Toraso, Baruch Atah Adonai Nosein HaTorah. Amen. Breishis Buru Elohim, Es HaShamayim V'yes Ha'oretz, V'yoretz Ha'yisasau V'avohu V'choshech Al Pnei Sehom, V'ruach Elohim Rachefes Al Pnei Hamayim, V'yomer Elohim Yihi Or V'yihi Or, V'yar Elohim Es Ha'or Ki Tov, V'yavdel Elohim Ben Ha'or Ben HaChoshech, V'yikra Elohim La'or Yom, Choshech Kora Laila, Vayere Vayivoker Yom Echad. I'll read you the English. When God began to create heaven and earth, the earth being unformed and void with darkness over the surface of the deep, and a wind from God sweeping over the water, God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. God saw that the light was good, and God separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness God called night. And there was evening, and there was morning, a first day. Concluding blessing. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, Asher nosan lanu Torah emes v'chayei olam nata b'socheinu. Baruch atah Adonai nosein haTorah. Amen. Okay. Help me over there. I don't want to fall. Okay. So we are getting ready for the first shofar blowing. There's a beautiful reading written by the late, great Rabbi Milton Steinberg, who said, reminding us, for untold generations, our ancestors listened to the shofar. What did they hear in its piercing tones? What solemn truths did they detect in its calls, which stirred them profoundly each year? Tekiah, awake. Let not habit dull your minds, nor comfort harden your hearts. Examine your deeds. Look well into your soul, mend your ways. So as we hear the Tekiah blast, let's rouse ourselves from smugness and self-satisfaction, from callousness and self-righteousness. Shavarim, the broken refrain. Listen to the staccato cry, hear the echoes of sighing and weeping. The deprived, the distressed, the neglected, the enslaved, the bruised, the broken. All cry out for relief from their pain, for release from their torment. As we hear the Shavarim, let us open our ears to the cries of the afflicted and the oppressed. Let our hearts respond with compassion and love. Teruah, the call to battle is sounded. Join the struggle against evil and suffering. Give of your bread to those who hunger. Give your strength to those who stumble. Give your time to the lonely and forsaken. Heal the wounded. Comfort the bereaved. So please let us hearken to the Teruah's call to action. For in our hands and our hearts and our minds are the means for building a better world, for fulfilling the promise of peace and justice, for hastening the day when all will hear the sound of the great shofar of liberation. So as we come to these sounds, we recognize that we need to be awakened to the shofar, to the call of love. And a man by the name of Jacques Brel wrote a beautiful song entitled, If We Only Have Love. If we only have love, the love that we have will enter our deeds and our hearts and our hands and our feet and our pocketbooks and whatever we have. Let the love enter. If only we have love, we can fix so much, can solve so much. If only we have love. Chris, please.
If we only have love, then tomorrow will dawn, and the days of the years will rise on that morn. If we only have love to embrace without fears, we will kiss with our eyes. We will sleep without tears. If we only have love, with our arms open wide, then the young and the old will stand at our side. If we only have love that's falling like rain, then the parched desert earth will grow green again. If we only have love for the hymn that we shout, for the song that we sing, then we'll have a way out. If we only have love, we can reach those in pain. We can heal all the wounds, and we can use our own names. If we only have love, we can melt all the guns. Then we give a new world to our daughters and sons. If we only have love, then Jerusalem stands, and then death has no shadow. There are no foreign lands. If we only have love, we will never bow down. We'll be tall as the pines, neither heroes nor clowns. If we only have love, then we'll only be men, and we'll drink from the grail to be born once again. And with nothing at all, but the little we are will have conquered all time, all space and the stars.
So friends, it is our tradition that we have what we call the shofar blasts for the world to awaken us to what's going on in the world. Later on, when there's the second series of shofar blasts, that's to awaken us with what's going on in our own lives. But this first one is for the world. So as always, I switch prayer shawls, and I take off this one that I've been wearing, and I put on a prayer shawl that was designed by our late, great, beloved teacher and mentor, Rabbi Zalman Schachter Shalomi, which is a rainbow tallis. He did this in the late 50s, early 60s. And it has all the colors to remind us of our connection as Jews with universalism and with the world. Look at those colors, those magnificent colors. So I wrap myself in it to say that these are the colors of the world, and I embrace the world out of my identity, but as my mission and as my task. L'takein olam b'malchut Shaddai, to repair and fix the world. The first step is what we said of Rosh and Hashanah, to change your consciousness and to be aware of it. So I'll make the blessing. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kidshanu b'mitzvosav v'tzivanu l'shmoa kol shofar. Praised are you, O Lord our God, the breath of life, the spirit of the universe, who makes us holier by what we do and brings us closer to you through the act of listening and hearing to the sound of the shofar. May it awaken us in the depths of our neshama. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, she'achiyanu v'kimanu v'giyanu lazman hazeh. Praised are you, Lord our God, sovereign of time and space of the universe, who has kept us in life and sustained us. And after this pandemic has brought us, Lazman Hazeh, to this point in time.
We need your energy, because we always say that sometimes the Satan doesn't want us all to change the world. So it's very hard to get the sound out of the shofar. It gets into so we need your positive energy to able to blow the shofar with energy to change you. And you should know this is the oldest Amber Alert. We heard Amber Alerts this whole week with the floods. But this is the Judaism, the shofar. This shofar is the oldest one to get you awake and aware and out of your sleep. Awake ye slumberers from your slumber, said Maimonides, the great rabbi.
All right. God should bless me with the energy.
Right, to do it. You ready?
No.
See that you have the right place. We're rooting for you.
Go ahead.
Okay? For homelessness, hunger, and starvation in places around the world, for unemployment, income inequality, low wages not fit for a living, for millions of lost jobs, poverty in America and around the world, for mass incarceration, voter suppression, racism, bigotry, inequality, and treating black lives as less than white lives, for attacking voting rights. Awake, Tekiah! For lack of religious freedom and persecution and death and violence and slavery in countries around the world, Sudan, Zimbabwe, Saudi Arabia, China, Indonesia, Egypt, Turkey, Philippines, for the ethnic cleansing and the rape and slaughter of the Rohingya in Myanmar, Burma, for the massive refugee crisis in the Middle East and Europe, for the slaughter in Syria, the gassing of civilians, especially children, for the cultural annihilation of the Uyghurs in China and detention concentration camps where they suffer and die. Awake, Shavorim! For global warming, willful indifference to climate change, threats to the environment, and pollution of God's creation, for the Amazon rainforest, for hurricanes and floods and earthquakes and drought and excessive heat and cold, for forest fires, for the devastations of Hurricane Harvey, Hurricane Irma, Hurricane Maria, Hurricane Humberto, Hurricane Bermuth, Hurricane Ida, the earthquake in Mexico, for the polluted lead water in Flint and elsewhere, and the threat of coal. Awake, Teruah! For illnesses of all kinds, heart, kidney, liver, pancreas, spine, and nerve, for AIDS, for brain, breast, lung, prostate, and all cancers, for Alzheimer's and all degenerative diseases, and for all addictions, especially opioids. Awake, Teruah! For attacks on health care, whose elimination would be leaving millions with no insurance and vulnerable, for attacks on Medicare and Medicaid, for outrageous drug costs, leaving the poor and old unable to pay for their medications, an attack on women's rights to choose. Awake, Tekiah! For child kidnapping and murder and domestic abuse and rape and molestation of children, for gun violence and lack of gun control, for Newton, Connecticut, and the massacre of the children, for El Paso, for Dayton and California, for police misconduct and the death of Trayvon Martin, Eric Garner, Michael Brown, Freddie Gray, Philando Castile, Tamir Rice, Sandra Bland, Tanisha Anderson, John Crawford, Ahmed Arbery, Breonna Taylor, Daniel Perdue, Jacob Blake, for Ferguson, for St. Louis, for Elijah, for Brian LaRue, for Andre Hill, for Manuel Ellis, for Adriana Jefferson, for E.J. Bradford, for Janet Johnson, for Andrew Bloom, for Dante Wright, for Rashard Brooks, for George Floyd, for George Floyd, for George Floyd. Tekiah! For the war in Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria, and the death of so many, and the death of Afghanistan refugees and Afghans unable to leave, for violence and chaos and acts of terrorism and bombings in Egypt, Iraq, Afghanistan, London, Barcelona, Jerusalem, Gaza, and the death of innocents in all places, for Al-Qaeda, for ISIS, Islamic Jihad, Boko Haram, Hezbollah, Hamas, Taliban, and all who use terrorism and religion as a source of violence, for nuclear proliferation and threats of nuclear attack from North Korea. Awake, Shavarim! For September 11th, 2001, for the murder and maiming at the Boston Marathon, for Emmanuel Church Charleston and Orlando nightclub. Awake, remember, Tekiah! For hatred and bigotry directed against anyone, whether it be racism, sexism, homophobia, transgenderphobia, Islamophobia, or hatred of immigrants and refugees, for attacks on mosques and attacks on Muslims and Sikhs, and attacks on Asian Americans, for the New Zealand mosque massacre, for anti-Semitism now dangerously on the rise all over the world, for Jews attacked and threatened and knifed and murdered on the streets of France, Belgium, Poland, Hungary, Greece, England, Sweden, Germany, New York, and Los Angeles, Russia, South Africa, and Argentina. Oy, how much longer, God? For the murder and massacre at Jersey City, the attacks in Brooklyn, for the murders at synagogues, for the Tree of Life in Pittsburgh, for Chabad in Poway, for the Kossenstiebel in Muncie. Oy, God, now in synagogues. Now in synagogues. For neo-Nazis, white supremacists, Confederacy lovers, KKK, for the alt-right, for racism, for anti-Semitism, for swastikas and attacks on Jewish institutions and synagogues here in America, for threats to democracy and rule of law and against the media, for moral equivalency of neo-Nazis and white supremacy with anti-Nazis uttered by the president, by past president, for Heather Heyer, for Charlottesville, for Charlottesville, for Charlottesville, Tekiah, Shefarim, Teruah. For COVID-19, the coronavirus, with all its pain, its suffering, its death, now over 600,000 people, more than the number of all those who died in all of U.S. wars. For COVID-19, all its economic dislocation, destruction. For COVID-19 and the thousands and thousands of people now dead whose deaths could tragically have been avoided. For all these and other events for which we must awake to heal and fix and change the world. Tekiah, Shevarim, Teruah, Tekiah, Tekiah Gedolah.
Hayom Aras Olam, Hayom Yami B'Mishpat, Kol Yitzurei Olamim. This day, the world was created. This day, we all stand in judgment. Ashrei Ha'om Yodei Surah Adonai, B'or Ponecha Yahalechon. Happy is the people who experience the sound of the shofar. In the light of God's presence, may they walk. Siyahamba.
Siyahamba kukan yen cuencos, Siyahamba kukan yen cuencos, Siyahamba kukan yen cuencos, Siyahamba kukan yen cuencos, Siyahamba, Siyahamba kukan yen cuencos, Siyahamba, Siyahamba. Siyahamba kukan yen cuencos. We are marching in the light of God. 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 We are marching, we are marching, we are marching in the light of God. We are marching, we are marching. We are marching in the light of God. We are dancing 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 in the light of God. We are dancing, dancing, we are dancing. We are dancing in the light of God. We are dancing, we are dancing. Dancing in the light of God. We are singing 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 in the light of God. We are singing, singing, we are singing. We are singing in the light of God. We are singing, singing, we are singing. We are singing in the light of God. We are praying 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 in the light of God. We are praying, praying, we are praying, praying, we are praying in the light of God. We are praying, we are praying, we are praying in the light of God. We are marching 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 in the light of God. We are marching, marching, we are marching. We are marching in the light of God. We are marching, marching, we are marching. We are marching in the light of God.
Beautiful, beautiful. So, my friends, we come now to the Amidah prayer. And this is one of the prayers where we recite the names of our ancestors and remind ourselves that we didn't start today, but we are part of a great chain of being, a long line of history. And we remember the mystery of our history. And so it starts with the patriarchs. They're the first in the line that then comes to us. And so when we approach God, we don't come just alone, but we come with the ancestors. We come with a great community of witnesses, of people who witness to God, of people who live these ideals. And when we think of their lives, they're not just principles to say, their lives to continue. So I'm going to ask Joshua. He has a beautiful way of singing the Avot. And as I always say, if Harry Belafonte was Jewish and he became a chazan, a cantor, I'm sure he would do the Avot this way.
Sifo
Also, friends, in that prayer is a wonderful few lines that we add for Rosh Hashanah, which says, "Remember us unto life, O thou King who delights in life, and inscribe us in the book of life for your own sake, O God of life, Zachrenu." You there? Ay, so hochereynu, yechayim, melech, melech, hafez b'chayim, hochereynu, yechayim, melech, melech, hafez b'chayim, v'go, aleyenu, v'zever achavayim, l'man achalem awanecha, Elohim Chayim. Oh, remember us, remember us, remember us unto life. Remember us, remember us, remember us unto life. Oh, thou King who delights in life, oh, thou King who delights in life, and inscribe us in the book of life. Ay, 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 Oy melech, oy zer, u'Moshiach u'Magen, Baruch atah Adonai, Magen, Avarom, Amen. Hadadai, dai, 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 dai. Dai, 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 dai. Oy, dai, 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 dai. Dai, 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 dai. Oh, dai, 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 dai. Dai, 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 dai. Dai, 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 dai. Dai, 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 dai. Taki bali lo mandano me khaim izim adala shia me khaim izim sai mech naif me mo me ko ma gwas me 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 ko ma vrag me tsakh ri tsakh khaim izim Baruch atah Adonai v'chayei ha'meyesim Amen. So, as I said, we have the ancestors, but we need more than the ancestors to get through life. We need not only the people who are the vertical line, we also need the horizontal line. And so, Chris, there's a beautiful song that reminds us how much we need other people.
I need you, you need me. We're all a part of God's body. Stand with with me. Agree with me. We're all a part of God's body. It is God's will that every need be supplied. You are important to me. I need you to survive. You are important to me. I need you to survive. I need you. You need me. We're all a part of God's body. Stand with me. Agree with me. We're all a part of God's body. It is God's will that every need be supplied. You are important to me. I need you to survive. You are important to me. I need you to survive. I pray for you. You pray for me. I love you. I need you to survive. I won't harm you with words from my mouth. I love you. I need you to survive. I pray for you. You pray for me. I love you. I need you to survive. I won't harm you with words from my mouth. I love you. I need you to survive. I pray for you. You pray for me. I love you. I need you to survive. I won't harm you with words from my mouth. I love you. I need you to survive. I pray for you. You pray for me. I love you. I need you to survive. I won't harm you with words from my mouth. I love you. I need you to survive. It is God's will that every need be supplied. You are important to me. I need you to survive. You are important to me. I need you to survive. You are important to me. I need you to survive.
You heard that beautiful prayer that Chris just prayed so beautifully. You need me, I need you to survive. This is what Rosh Hashanah is about, Aguda Echas. We just had this in the prayer before, that we want to be one family. It's not like, what do I care about you, and what do you care about me? We're all in it together. We speak about this on Yom Kippur. There's a famous story in the Jewish tradition about a hole in a boat. And somebody said, what does that matter? So it's a hole in the boat. But what it is, when you have a hole in the boat, we all go down. So in other words, this is the interdependence. The fact that this is the day of the birth of the world and the birth of the human being and the birth of responsibility. We're all in this together. If you are suffering, I am suffering. If I am suffering, you are suffering. We all need each other. And I want you all to think about how you can be there for other people. and how you can expect other people to encourage them to be there for you. We've heard this whole year, why should I do this? We hear fights about masks, we hear fights of vaccines. We first heard go and wear the mask for the older people. Now we hear wear the mask for the younger people. We heard the older people need the vaccine. Now we need to worry about the younger people. In other words, we all have to care about each other. Not that we hear people say, what do I care? It's not my problem. Oh no, Rosh Hashanah is here to tell you we're all in here together. The person that was born was one human being. It says Adam, all of us, all of humanity, not the Jewish human being, but the human being, everybody, and one, because one is no greater than the other, and we're all different, but we're all unique, and we all depend on each other to help each other. I need you, and you need me. If we're going to make it through all of our problems, we need to deal with all these problems we spoke about, to hear the Amber Alert. We need to all encourage everybody to take the vaccine, to wear the mask, to do all the health things that we need to do, to care for people, to respond to all these issues, not to say, well, I'm not African American, I'm not Jewish, I'm not Asian, I don't have problems with paying my insurance, what do I care? No, no, no. I need you and you need me. We all are here together. I need you to survive, and you need me to survive.
Well stated. I must say, I heard the other day on the news a discussion of the human infrastructure bill, which has so much to do with the needs of human beings, not just roads and internet and bridges and trains, but human beings. Apparently, if I'm not mistaken, Senator Manchin wrote an op-ed saying, I'm not interested in that bill. I'm not interested in it.
He doesn't know. He needs to hear this. He needs to hear this prayer.
That's the point. I need you to survive. He needs all of us, and we need everyone. And we can never have the attitude of not.
Everybody.
Exactly.
We're all locked together.
So, Rosh Hashanah, it says, there's a prayer that says that on this day we stand before God, and it's a prayer of our uncertainty, who shall live, who shall die, but says the prayer, repentance, prayer, and righteousness, charity, help us overcome the sting of the severe decree. Teshuva, tefillah, tzedakah, ma'avirin es roa hagezera. Rabbi Leah, please read the meditation at the bottom of page 4. We know not what awaits us.
We know not what awaits us in a year that lies ahead. Who will be blessed with plenty? Who will hunger for bread? To whom will life be kind? Upon whom will it frown? Who will be lifted up, and who will be cast down? Who will live at ease? Who will know no rest? Who will be free from pain, and who will be distressed? Whose life will be cut short? Who shall live out his years? Who shall drink from the cup of joy, and who from the cup of tears? But this we know for certain, whatever else may be true, penitence, prayer, and charity are what we must bring to you.
So one thing we've learned from the uncertainty of this past year is that we never know when the end will come, which is why, says the liturgy, says our faith, says our tradition, we must treasure each day. Each day may be the final one, which is why each day is so special. Treasure each day. Limnod yameinu Limnod yameinu kein hoda v'navi levad chochma. Limnod yameinu kein hoda v'navi levad chochma. When I just look at my life, when I just look at my life, when I just look at the way that I'm living, oh, let me find purpose and joy. When I just look at the way that I'm living, oh, let me find purpose and joy. So teach me to treasure each day. Teach me to treasure each day, that I may open my heart to your wisdom. Oh, teach me to treasure each day, that I may open my heart to your wisdom. Oh, teach me to treasure each day. Treasure each day. Teach me to treasure each day. Treasure each day. Teach me to treasure each day.
Treasure each day.
So, friends, we come to the personal shofar blowings. It's preceded. It's malchios, shofaros, zichronos. These are the three different sections of the shofar blasts. And it begins with the Oleinu, and that's what we do now. Oleinu l'shabeach la'adon hakol lo seis gedulo liotzer bereishis shelo asonu ki goyei haratzos ולא שמענו כי משפחה זו אדמה שלא שם חלקנו כהן וגורלנו ככל עמונם ואנחנו כל הוראים הורים ומשחבים Livnei Melech Malchei Amlochim HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And so this prayer says, it concludes with the Messianic hope that there will be oneness, that we will overcome all strife and hatred. Hear, O Israel, it says, Lord our God, the Lord is one. God will be God of all mankind. He is our God now. He will be the only God in time to come. It is written, the Lord shall be king over all the earth. On that day the Lord shall be one, and his name one. And so we sing it in the Hebrew to a familiar song, a messianic hope that you all know, V'hoya. V'hoya Adonai. V'hoya Adonai. L'melech ha'kol. shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Join with me, Chris. Oh, deep in my heart. Come on, Joshua. I do believe that we shall overcome someday. Oh, we'll walk hand in hand. We'll walk hand in
hand. We'll walk hand in hand someday. Oh, deep in our heart,
I do
believe
that
we
we'll
shall
walk hand in hand someday. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe that we shall overcome someday.
Ki ato Elohim emes v'dvorcha emes v'kayam Lord Baruch ato Adonai Melech HaKol Haaretz Mekadesh Yisrael v'yom hazikaron. So we are at the Malchios prayer, the Malchios shofar blowing. So in the creation story, God breathed into us life, blew into us a soul. Today we reenact that. It's a reenactment of that metaphor when we blow into the shofar. As it were, God is blowing into us a new life, a new soul, a new beginning. So, Leah,
Okay.
it's for you.
Gonna give me the colos?
Yeah, I'll give you the colors. Tkiyo. Shvorim. Teruah. Tkiyo. Hayom Aras Olam, Hayom Yamid B'Mishpat, Kol Yitzurei Olamim. This day, the world was called into being. This day, we deal with all of the inner
Memories.
turmoils that we have. So, there are many places where habits are people rather than God is king. There are certain people in whose presence I cannot be myself. This is what Malchios is. Zichronos. The issue is their memories I can't let go of, mad let go of them. Shofaros. I have to examine the issues in my life to discover what change is to be made. So I'm going to think a little bit about them. I'm going to pause here to let us think about those. And then I'm going to give Leah the calls. So this is the shofar of Zichronos. U'zechor lanu Adonai Eloheinu zabriz v'yazachez v'shvur shenishbat l'Avram Avinu Mariyah. Seira levanecha keider shakar Avram Avinu es Yitzchak beno l'gavam mizbech v'gavad shezurachamav l'sos zchon b'lev shalom. Baruch ato Adonai zocher abris. Tkiyo. Shvorim. Teruah. Tkiyo. This day the world was called into being. This day you cause all the creatures of the universe to stand in judgment. So we now come to Shofros, Kol Shofar Mazin Truah, V'yein do Meloch Baruch, Ato Adonai Shomea Kol Truah Samo Yisrael, Berach Hamim Amen. So this is the Shofros. This is what you have to wake up to in your life. What is it that God is calling you to wake up to, that you've cut off your listening? So let the Shofros help you to realize your life is a gift from God and you're meant to live in God's image. Tkiyo. Shvorim. Truah. Tkiyo. Ayom Arasolom, Ayom Yami B'Mishpat, Kol Yitzurei Olamim. So friends, there are two songs before we end the service that are done by Joshua. What this service is all about, and I've been sitting here now
Contemplating
what we've been through.
It's a sitting meditation.
Standing as I have now for, I guess, for almost 2.5, 3 hours. So it doesn't allow me fully to let it sink down in my consciousness. So these shofar blasts and what it tells me about my own life, about the memories, about where is God, king, or other people, and about what do I have to wake up to. What is it you have to wake up to? What are the memories and resentments you've got to get out of your life so you can go on living whole? It's a lot of soul work to do. This is not a performance. We are the prompters that are meant to enable you to think through about your life. Now, all of these services are first and foremost meant to bring you to become observant Jews. Now, usually what that means when people say that is they think it means taking on more Jewish practice. That's true. Spiritual practice is necessary. Spiritual disciplines are necessary. And to make them a pattern in your life, that's what it means to be observant. But being an observant Jew means something else. It means to observe the world around you. It means to observe the life around you. It means to observe the people around you and to raise your consciousness in that regard. So Joshua, who taught, as I told you, religious school for many years, wrote a beautiful song, and he can tell you more about it, called Observant Jew. And he's going to do it for you now. And take it into your heart, take it into your mind, take it into your soul, everybody.
Observant Jew, I want to pray to God in Hebrew, sing the songs of Zion, not mourning or crying. I want to dance the horror, sit down, study the Torah, today, tomorrow, and the world to come. For everyone, I want to be a more observant Jew. I want the David to Hashem in Hebrew, sing the songs of Zion, that morning or crying. it is and study the Torah. Day tomorrow and the world to come, a day of peace for everyone. A Jew to study my tradition and learn my religion. Where to fill in on my head and hand to pray. Light those candles for Shabbos day. I look to the east and pray for peace. Israel, the world, and the Middle East. Today, tomorrow, and the world to come. A day of peace for everyone. I won't be a better Jew today to work towards that messianic age. We all are children of different paths, so come together and laugh. Jews, Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, Hindu, everyone. Today, the of the eastern side. Today, tomorrow, and the world to come. A day of peace for everyone. I want to be a more observant Jew. I want the David to Hashem me Hebrew. Sing the songs of Zion. And I don't want to be moaning or crying. Horror. Sit down with my rabbi and study the Torah. Today, tomorrow, and the world to come. Oh, dear peace. Oh, dear peace. Is there anyone in the East Side Synagogue that wants peace? You want peace?
Yes.
Let me hear you say yes. Yes.
Yes.
For everyone.
Fantabulous, Joshua.
My.
Now, usually in the liturgy, one of the closing songs is an old one, and here's what the words mean. Lord of the world, the King supreme, ere aught was formed, God reigned alone. When by God's will all things were wrought, then was God's sovereign name made known. And when in time all things shall cease, God still shall reign in majesty. He was, God is, God shall remain all glorious eternally. Incomparable, unique is God. No other can his oneness share, without beginning, without end. Dominion's might is his to bear. God is my living God who saves, my rock when grief or trials befall, my banner and my refuge strong, my bounteous portion when I call. My soul I give unto God's care. Asleep, awake, for God is near, and with my soul, my body too. God is with me. I have no fear. In Hebrew, it's called Adon Olam. And when you hear Joshua sing it, you'll never forget it.
Hashem Elah, B'Terem Kol, Hatchini Ra, Eina Sohar, Hepzokol, Hatamilek, Shemoni Kra, Hatamilek, Shemoni Kra, Adon Olam, Le'achare, Kiklotako, Evado, Nimloch Nora, Yehuhaya, Yehuhaveh, Oh, Yehuhieh, B'tifara, Yehuhieh, B'tifara, Adon Olam, Adon Olam, Hashem Elah, Hey, hey, now, so big and so cold. Oh, Tamilek, Shimoni cry. Tamilek, Shimoni cry. Don't. Oh, come on, Louis, come on, come on. Who had the ancient the ham shilo, the hawk beat on, belly the sheep, belly tackling, the lower oars have it dry, lower oars, the have it right down. I don't know now. I shall not. He tear him cold. Your city ride. He not so. Oh, Tamilek, Shimoli cry. Tamilek, Shimoli cry. Don't. Oh, Lamb. Tamilek, Shimoli cry. Adore. Oh, love.
What a wonderful closing song. We're coming to the end of our service. I'm with anyone who has to say the mourner's Kaddish. I'm going to ask Rabbi Leah to lead us in the Kaddish and just follow along with her if you don't have it in front of you or you don't know the words. Please.
Yiskadal v'yiskadash shemei Rabbah. V'yamod yivroch v'yursei v'yamlich malchusei. V'chayechon v'yamichon v'chayei d'chol beis Yisrael b'gala v'zman kari v'yimru amen. Yehei shmei Rabbah mevorach la'olam olmei almaya. Yisparach v'yishtabach v'yispar v'yisramam v'yisnasei. V'yisadar v'yisaleh v'yisalal shemei d'kudisho b'richu. La'ela u'la'ela min kol birchosa v'shirasa. Tushbechosa v'nechemasa da'amiron v'yamah v'yimru amen. Yehei Shlomo Rabbah min Shemaya, v'chayim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen. Oseh shalom b'mramav, hu ya'aseh shalom, aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'al kol yoshvei sevel v'imru amen.
May the source of peace and peace to all who mourn, comfort all the bereaved among us here and everywhere. And we say amen. Friends, we are going to be back here on Wednesday night, September 15th for Kol Nidre at 8 o'clock. And then once again, the next morning, Thursday, September 16th, Yom Kippur Day. I urge you, I know some people just come to Kol Nidre, avail yourself of the Yom Kippur morning service and maybe have a little mini retreat the whole day so that you soak up the great spirituality of that day. It is, as Rabbi Leah said, a great soul shampoo. Thursday, September 16th at 10 a.m. And then at 5 o'clock is the Yizkor Memorial Service. This year is the 20th anniversary of 9/11. We'll also be memorializing all those who've died from COVID. And then is the closing service, the Ne'ilah service, which is also always memorable and beautiful. I urge you come. I urge you tell friends about it. I urge again your support for us. You have to strengthen our hands. If you don't financially support us, and significantly, because we live in the real world, we will close, and we don't want to close. So it's up to you. It's in your hands.
It's you supported.
This is you supported. They're not millionaires or billionaires supporting this. This is you supporting. So send us your financial contributions to Kehilat Mizrach, East Side Synagogue, or American Jewish Heritage, 2424 Broadway, number 105, New York, New York, 10024.
Stretch. Give more than you've given in the past. We need you to survive, and you need us to survive. So we all have to help each other.
So as we come to the closing prayer and benediction, after which we will sing our final song that is our tradition here, which I'll tell you about. Let me offer this prayer. Oh God, on this New Year's Day, we have come to you to seek your presence and hear your call. Speak to us, we pray, with the still small voice of your Spirit. When our lives become shallow, deepen them. When our principles become shabby, repair them. When our ideals become tarnished, restore them. When our hopes become faded, revive them. When our loyalties grow dim, brighten them. When our values become confused, clarify them. When our purposes grow blurred, sharpen them. When our horizons become narrow, widen them. Make us worthy instruments of your will, O God, and help us in the year ahead to live the words we pray. Thus will we be ever worthy of your threefold blessing and benediction, which now we invoke on all your children everywhere, saying, Yivorecha Adonai v'yishmerecha. May the Lord bless you and keep you. Yoyer Adonai panav elecha v'chuneka. May the Lord make God's countenance be gracious unto you. Yisa Adonai panav elecha v'yasem l'cha shalom. May God turn God's countenance unto you and grant you the blessings of wholeness and peace, now and forevermore. Amen. Now, friends, we read in the Torah reading today that when God created the world, it says, Yehi or, let there be light, and there was light. And yet, if you read the story and get a Bible and read it, you'll see it says that the sun and the moon and the stars, well, they only were created a few days later. So the question is, what light are we talking about? And our great spiritual masters answer, this is the spiritual light. This is the first light that was created. This is the holiest light that is placed in each of us. This is the light that will shine the way to a new tomorrow, that will shine the way to a new you, that will shine the way to a new America, that will shine the way to a new day. And the key is, don't let it just stay inside of you. You have to spread the light. I just heard President Biden say when he would leave his home as a kid, his grandfather would say to him, Joey, keep the faith. But his grandmother would say, no, Joey, spread the faith. So that hat that you saw Rabbi Leah wear, faith, living it always, that's what we're talking about. If you go away with nothing else today from this service, go away with that you've got to spread the faith.
Here.
And most of all, get a close-up of it. And most of all, you've got to take that neshama, that soul light that's in you, and spread that light and let that light shine. And so, Chris, hit it.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Oh, everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine. Everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine. Everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Oh, all over the world, I'm gonna let it shine. All over the world, I'm gonna let it shine. All in my life, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Come on, Joshua, take it away. Oh, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine.
Oh,
This little light of mine,
I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, Hashem gave me a little light. I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Oh, all throughout the darkness, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, all throughout the darkness,
I'm gonna let it shine.
yeah, all throughout the darkness. I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Well, all throughout my community,
I'm gonna let it shine.
all throughout my community,
Oh, I'm gonna let it shine.
all throughout the community,
I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine.
let it shine.
Yeah. Shana Tova. Happy
Shana Tova.
New Year. Oh, fantastic.